right. We are live on TikTok and YouTube, dual streaming again. Welcome Dave Quarter on TikTok, if he's still here. I might have just been swiping through. We're just going to hang out while I draw. That's what this is about. If you're just now catching up, if you haven't been watching my previous streams this week, I had this manga that I was drawing for a potential freelance client. For the TikTok people, there's I gotta move it around for the TikTok people. So there's a 4-page manga. These are the storyboards. I did these. I brainstormed about the story, wrote the story, and did the storyboards last week on stream. And then we got page 1 is inked but not colored yet. Page 2 is inked but not colored yet. And I think when we left off last week, or not last week, yesterday. When we left off yesterday, we had these sketches for page 3. And I did a little more work off stream. This page is now fully inked but not colored. And we have sketches for page 4 as well. So let me really quick just talk about page 3 for a second. This was a fun one to ink. Let's see. So, got lots of little detail in the background here. The salamander was fun to draw. Hopefully I got these poses right. They look okay to me. This was an interesting panel because it was a super close-up on her face while she's screaming, and wanted to indicate like sort of the visceral severity. So there's some spit coming out there, and to give it some contrast, I actually had to select each individual, or draw over each individual like line here, and then for each of these lines I had to cut through every hair stroke, which was a lot of work. I think I showed on stream before, like oh, Pastor of Muppets on TikTok says, dude, you are an artist too. Wow. Oh, he says, I love your content. Thank you, Pastor of Muppets. I appreciate that. Yes, I am an artist. Actually, I'm an artist primarily. Science communicator more on the side, technically, although I owe most of my audience on social media to my science communication stuff. Anyway, I showed on stream previously how to cut strokes in Inkscape, and oh, the people on TikTok can't even see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. I showed on stream how to cut strokes in Inkscape, and I had to do that like 100 times here for the hair strokes. But I really like the result. In fact, I don't know any other way I could have achieved this result except for using like a clipping mask, which would have certainly worked, but I don't know. I like this. It's a very, very stable document structure, and yeah, I think it's higher quality in some ways, but anyway. I really also liked this, like drawing this angle on the salamander. And this one too, I just like drawing the salamander. He's really fun. So those are the details on the inking that I did off stream. Most of the work here for the poses were done in the sketching phase, which of course is the goal. So this pose, although challenging, was not much work to do in the inking phase, because, yeah, that's what the sketching phase is for. Anyway, so that's that for page 3. I'm going to work on page 4 now. As you can see, I also did some sketches for page 4 off stream. So we should be off to the races with the inking phase on page 4. And my goal for tonight is to finish inking entirely and then also color the graphic novel. At least get started coloring, like maybe color page 1. But it would be awesome if I could color all 4 pages. So we'll see how that turns out. The first thing to do here is to define some panels. I think I want this is going to be 0.02 inches rounded corners in the stroke, but not in the rectangle. Oh, and you know what? In order to get perfect proportions here, what I'm going to do is set it to a square and then scale up a duplicate. There. Convert these to paths, as we discussed on stream at one point earlier, to avoid a bug in Inkscape. And now I can drag these nodes on the path the way they are, drag them into a rectangle sort of non-square shape, and we've got a perfect proportion of that margin. Although, in the storyboards, I had quite a slant here on this panel. I don't know if I want to keep that. Maybe I'll give this right-hand panel a little more room. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't know if I want to keep the slants. The slants are interesting. They definitely create a little bit of style, but I don't know if that's the style we're going for. And these are the strokes that are 0.06 inches. Alright. So we've got lines there for the first 4 or 5 panels. We just need basically a way to separate this last panel. Now, I liked on page 2, no, sorry, page 3, the way that we used like a really highly rounded rectangle to distinguish. Let's try that again. Like this. So this gives it a very, very distinct feeling from this panel over here. It's like we're kind of shifting. Either it's very strongly rectilinear, or it's big, fat, rounded corners. So in this case, we're going for the big, fat, rounded corners on this panel. And I definitely want this panel to run off the edges. Let me see. I think maybe we need even more rounded corners. Here we go. And let me take this. And just in case that caused any problems, I should convert to path, but am I ready to do that yet? Once I do that, I'm not going to be able to adjust those the radii of those rounded corners, so I have to be sure that I like them. Let me go ahead and look at what it looks like in a clipping mask. Whoops. There went my edits. That's that bug I was talking about earlier. There's definitely a bug in Inkscape right now. In this version, at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I gotta count so that I can do the same number on both of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For consistency. Let me actually... Since this is bugging me, I'm just gonna go ahead and... Oh, it's already grouped. Okay. Since it's bugging me, I'm going to go ahead and actually convert them to a path. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway. So, trying to think how best to go about this. I'm going to group all of these, and... Oh my goodness. How did this not... This ended up somehow as a separate object. Combine. Okay, so... Select those. We should now have 5 objects? Yes, 5 objects. Okay, group those and select our rectangle, bring it to the front. Now, I want to avoid any anti-aliasing errors at the edges here, so I'm actually going to make this a little tiny bit wider than the page by 1/10 of an inch. Center it on the page again. And now object clip, set clip. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if this is like the way that a typical manga artist would draw this panel. To be perfectly honest, I do not have as enough like experience reading mangas to actually know the answer to that, like how a typical manga artist would draw a panel like this. Um, but I'm just gonna say it's good enough. I'm just gonna say it's good enough. All right, so we need to fix our stroke style here. Save. All right. Now let's get to drawing. Oh, and I should probably get a reference on my screen for this character's face, just in case. I like to have my references on my screen if I can. So this is the reference I'm using for that character. Alright, so this is a pretty small drawing here. I think we can do it just width of 2 on this. And you know what? I hate to do this, but this head looks a bit large inside the sketch here. I think I've got the head selected here. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to turn down the storyboard opacity even more. Lock that layer, get back to the ink layer, and there. Oh, did I shrink that too much? Maybe I shrank that too much. I'm sorry for the indecisiveness, guys. Just like trying to look at it and see if it looks right. That's my when you're doing freehand, that's sometimes what you got to do. Okay. Did I just change it exactly back to the way it was? Let's see. Okay. I did not change it exactly back to the way it was. So, I'm not going crazy. This was a useful little diversion. It's also reassuring to know that my eye is not losing its knack for judging sizes and distances and things. Sizes, distances, and quantities. That's important when you're an artist. I think. I think it's important. Feels important. And of course, if I was still in art school, I would have to specify if you're a representational artist. That is, an artist who draws things that represent other things, as opposed to an abstract artist, or a performance artist, or an installation artist, or, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, fill in the blank. Most people on the street, I think, if you say artist, they picture what in art school they call a representational artist. Maybe I just went to the wrong kind of art school. Anyway. Alright, so she's going to still have her shocked expression on from page 2. But the direness is going to have waned ever so slightly because she can see that her kid is safe now. She doesn't understand why or how, but she is beholding her child safe. At least back on his feet and unharmed at the moment. We're getting weird calligraphy pen artifacts here because we are working at such a very small scale with a very high zoom. Over here in the corner, let me show this to you guys. Can you guys see that on TikTok? Right down here, the zoom level I'm at right now is almost 3,000%. This is what Inkscape is calling 100% zoom. This document size I chose was 5.5 by 8.5. I think they call it digest page size. You often see like books in the bookstore at that size. Anyway, at 300 DPI, which is a standard like print resolution, you would probably see, about this much detail if you looked under a magnifying glass. So, anyway, that's why we're getting some artifacts. But, as I was just talking about this, I have noticed my pen tool configuration is a little off. Let me fix this. I was working in Linux, and on Linux I have a slightly different Inkscape configuration, and I was just noticing, like, man, I'm missing some of my features here. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah. So what that does is it fills in a little bit of a rounded end, as opposed to just shearing off the end of your stroke. Honestly, I kind of wish I had changed that earlier. I'm gonna have to just roll with it because we've got like 2 pages drawn already with that wrong ink configuration. Whatever. You'd probably have to look at the printed comic. This will probably never be printed. But you'd probably have to look at a printed comic under a magnifying glass to actually see the difference. In most of these strokes. In the case of most of these strokes. Okay. That is an awkward angle for me to do with my hand. I should just slow down. Just slow down, Peter. I've been doing this for like 15 years on using pen tablet on Inkscape. Once upon a time, I had a Wacom pad that was it didn't have a screen. It was their Graphire tablet um, product, and anyway, that had nothing to do with anything. But I'm saying, over the years, I developed this very strong habit of just stroke, delete, stroke, delete, stroke, delete, stroke, delete, until I get the perfect stroke. Because I was doing a style for like 4 years, where every week for like 4 years, where I wanted those natural like gestural hand curves that you can get by moving the pen very quickly. The downside to that is it's almost like kind of a ballistic process. You try to cue your muscles up to move in just the right way, and then if they don't, you're screwed. You have to delete the stroke and start again. So that's why you probably see me reverting back to that habit a lot here, forgetting that I'm drawing manga now, and it's like, okay, Japanese artists really actually take their time going slowly with their pens, and the stroke might sometimes have a little tiny bit of a wobble in it, but you don't notice if the hand is steady, Anyway, all of that is probably not relevant to any of your lives. Just giving you the insight into what's going on in my mind as I'm drawing here. I think I want her nose to be facing the other way. Oh, there, I was doing it again. Alright, go slow, Peter. Slow down. Okay. Her nose doesn't look right now. That's better. Okay. See, it took me 2 tries when I was remembering to move slowly. Of course, if I was doing this with physical ink on physical paper, well, I guess I would be going over it in graphite first, so that I could erase mistakes in emergencies. But my point is, physical media are a lot less forgiving, and so I'd have to really train myself to be much more careful and get it right the first time. There's no Control-Z when you're working with paper. Okay, so, I think her face looks good there. Draw the hair now. Not too shabby. I'm going to make that stroke a little thicker. And maybe this one too. Because this is a very small scale I'm drawing at. The strokes naturally want to be that thick if I'm working at a good speed, so I don't want it to look unbalanced. That's looking good. Nudge it over a little. All right. I love being able to just select things and then skew them or rotate them or scale them or whatever. That is something you absolutely cannot do with physical media like pencil or pen. Sometimes I get stuck and I can't draw the stroke quite right, quite the way I want it. That one's in 3 pieces. Whatever. Got the job done eventually. Looks like we got 0 viewers on TikTok at the moment. That's okay if people don't want to hang out. They don't have to hang out. I'm just drawing. At least I still get the work done, right? At least on YouTube there's a playback later. I wish TikTok had that feature, but that is not the way TikTok's platform is designed. They gear it toward casual, ephemeral content that people may or may not even want to have a playback for. This arm looks weird to me. Oh, that was easy to fix. It was just because the elbow seems to be pointing in the wrong direction. Oops. wrong zoom button. It can be so helpful if you're looking at a drawing and something feels wrong, to be able to visually reason and like converse logically with your own eyes in a way to diagnose exactly why it looks wrong. In fact, in my experience with freehand drawing, or really drawing in general, that's kind of almost a necessary skill. Like, I don't know how I would improve as an artist if I did not have, if I couldn't like start to make headway on that specific skill. Like, if you've drawn something and it looks wrong and you don't immediately know like why it looks wrong, you gotta be able to figure it out, basically. And it can be a surprisingly analytical process. A lot of people try to, and this is a valid approach for a lot of artists, I'm sure, just sort of get in the zone, use their right brain, so to speak. You know, there's that whole book, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain. It's almost like a movement at this point, but and maybe there's truth to that. But you know what a psycholinguistics professor told me once is that the separate functions for the different sides of the brain that people traditionally associate, so including that whole book, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain, those function separations for the, or function designations or assignments or whatever for each side of the brain are less distinct in people who are left-handed. I think my camera might be mirrored, at least on TikTok. Probably not on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube it's not mirrored. This is my left hand. I'm drawing with my left hand because I'm left-handed. And what that means is that entire book, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain, and all the lessons in it, well, not all of them, but the main overarching lesson may be completely inapplicable to me. Anyway, my point is, for a lot of people, the process of diagnosing why your drawing looks wrong maybe a very non-analytic process. They just sort of they try to get in the zone and feel it, like just sort of turn their eyes and brain into a photocopying machine, um, without thinking about it. Like it turns into a subconscious process. But for me, it's a very analytic process. I draw something and it looks wrong, and I have to look at it and I have to think consciously, why does that look wrong? Anyway, enough chatter for now. I don't want to run into the same issue that I ran into with the other arm. I said enough chatter, but now I'm chattering again. This is moving on, though. This is not me talking about. Yeah. So the issue I ran into here was that the elbow ended up pointing in the wrong direction. And I think I'm almost set up to do the same thing here, if I'm not careful. So good enough. This is a small drawing. Again, it's going to appear very small on the page, which means it's worth less time to perfect. Okay, here's where it counts. Because this line, where this line, the angle that this line juts out at, essentially defines where the elbow is. And it looks like I have not left myself room for her arm throughout this entire stroke. Okay. I don't want to overuse the little bubble wrinkles here. There we go. Okay, not hand pose is acceptable. That was the question in my mind the whole time I was drawing that. Was like, did I start these fingers off in a good hand pose. You can sometimes sort of extrapolate. If you've got one finger drawn, there's only so many natural poses you can get, like with the other 3 fingers or 4 fingers, whatever. Thumb doesn't count in this case. People tend to like kind of curl their fingers in a certain pattern, you know, like with the pinky curling first most of the time. People usually don't curl it the other way, where the index finger curls first. You know, it's usually the pinky curling first, and then the others are kind of in between states usually. So if you draw one finger, you can sometimes sort of just draw the others without thinking much. And that is exactly what I was doing. Although this pinky does look weird. I'm gonna redraw it. I think there's just something a little off about it. Yeah, that's better. There we go. It was just bent too much compared to the ring finger. Anyway. Alright, so start on her jeans. As I was drawing that, I was like, is this gonna look normal with like perfect symmetry almost? And then it didn't look bad, so I was like, okay. It's not perfect symmetry, but it's very close. And I guess, you know, sometimes jeans do just sort of fall into a symmetrical shape. Because they are symmetrical, and you wear them on symmetrical bodies, pretty much, so. Although, I don't know if the spacing here is good. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. It just was looking a little bit even there. So anyway. I always want to draw like a contour line around the kneecap, but with jeans, even though it's still there, it almost never looks right when I draw it there. And I think it's because the jeans make it a lot more subtle. And so it's only appropriate to put it if you're like doing highlights or shading, like subtle color variation. I don't think it's usually appropriate like to put a contour line around the kneecap with jeans in your like dark line work. At least that seems to be what I'm learning. I don't know. I should say maybe in very rare cases is it appropriate. Okay, there we go. Just a couple more lines here. Yeah, because in order to make a contour line, you almost need the surface to um, like go concave. You can't it can't just be like a sudden change in the angle of the surface. It has to actually go concave for a dark contour line to make any sense. Anyway, all right. At this angle, I don't think you would really see the inseams or the side seams like I was drawing before. So let's just move along. All right. Now, these were supposed to be hiking boots, or at least hiking shoes. Um, and I think I just drew this at the height of a sneaker, like a normal tennis shoe. But since this is such a small drawing, I don't care. If this was like a larger panel or a close-up, it would be worth fixing, but it's not. So. Uh-oh, TikTok thinks I'm not a human. Or whatever. Cool. Got that fixed. My shoulder's starting to yell at me. Maybe I should Oh, if I do that, my leg's gonna fall asleep. Got these kickstand things on the walk-on pad. I'm gonna use those. See if that helps at all. Yeah, and I'm gonna try to remember to lean back, even though I gotta reach the keyboard. What I think I want to do at some point, someday when I have more disposable income than I do right now, is buy some kind of like external USB device or Bluetooth device that's not actually a keyboard, but has like a limited number of buttons. Like a very small number of buttons, maybe 5 at the most, 5 to 10 at the most. And like if it's programmable, I would assign the most common keystrokes that I use in this process. Like if I'm using Inkscape, it's definitely the zoom out, zoom in, backspace, space, and Control Z. I might also assign like Control and Shift. So zoom out, zoom in, backspace, space, Control Z, Shift, and Control. Yeah, so 10 buttons ought to do it. Anyway, I'm sure there are products out there like that, but alas, some other day. One second. My wife informs me I might already have something to that effect. But we'll have to look into it later. Yeah. Yeah, notice I drew this shoe taller than this shoe. That is worth fixing, because that looks asymmetrical. Oh, can I just scale it? Maybe I can just scale it. Can I get away with that? I feel like her lower body looks bigger than her upper body. Okay, good enough. Alright. So, I want a much thicker stroke width for this. I'm gonna have to turn the storyboard's opacity back up a little. Maybe, oh, that's not a separate layer. Whatever. Yeah, so then... You know, I am... If I was, like, being really serious about this, I would probably go back and look at the last panel of the previous page to make sure that my stalactite and stalagmite continuity was good across panels. The life of a perfectionist, I tell you. You know what? That is not how I want those to look. I want that to actually be next to her. Like she has stepped into the cave here. Alright, now in the storyboard, the background here was blank, but we are going to need something in the background here. Well, I could get away with not doing a background here. It certainly would be a valid artistic choice. But I feel like I want a background. Don't worry, guys. It'll be very subtle. Which we will signify right here and now by dropping the opacity. Oh, speaking of, let's put that back down. Okay. Shoot. I don't know if I was thinking properly here. This background is going to have to be the same background that gets ruined by the pyroclastic flow. So maybe some more careful thought is in order here. There. I had to think, like, for a minute, how would the path look if we turned the camera around? Because I think I had the path kind of sloping upward to the cave mouth in the last panel. Let me double check. Yeah. Yeah, I think that pretty clearly is sloping upward. It's certainly what I was picturing when I drew it. So if we turn the camera around, what that means is that the path is sloping downward from where the camera is now. And the camera is not tilted downward to look at the path, it's tilted normal to look at the woman, at eye level. Or, somewhere in that vicinity. So I had to think, like, well, what is a path? What is a path going to look like if it's sloping downward away from the camera? And yeah. We ended up with a little bit of a lip or a ridge right at the cave mouth, which might not be continuous with the previous panel, but nobody's going to notice that. Nobody's going to care. That would just be like me who would notice something like that. Okay, so now we have the hugging scene, or the hugging panel. Oh, I need my reference back up here. Yeah. Just a reminder. That's my reference. That was the same character from panel 1 of page 1. Or, sorry, panel 2 of page 1. So, she is not going to be looking down at the boy. Which is how I was tempted to draw her in the sketching phase at first. And I actually had to go in and select her head and, like, tilt it back up, because I was like, wait. No, she's going to be looking at the salamander. Because in her mind, danger's not 100% over. She sees that the boy is free now, unharmed, but the creature that grabbed him is still sitting right there, and she was moments ago afraid this creature was going to kill him. So, she doesn't know for sure that the salamander is safe yet, so her eyes are going to be locked on the salamander during the hug. It's the only thing that would take a mother's eye off her child in this type of situation. And again, we're working at a very small scale. So we've got to keep that in mind here. No, I like that mouth. That's a good mouth. So at this point, she's still scared, but she's mostly just confused. Trying to recover from the shock. And understand what happened. That's the facial expression we're going for here. Sometimes when I'm drawing faces, I accidentally start to like imitate the face in on my own face. There's like something about keying into the empathy part of my brain as a feedback mechanism. Like, is the face that I'm seeing conveying the correct emotion to me using my empathy system? So it's this weird thing. I get this like reflex to actually imitate the face on my own face, which is obviously not helpful for the drawing, but yikes. The stroke thickness is wild here. Because we're working at such a small scale. Yeah, that looks good. I like the left side of the hair, but the right side does not look quite how I want it. Actually, I might keep that stroke. It's mostly this other stuff up here. You know, to be continuous, I think I actually have to draw her hair swooping back the other way. Kind of like that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, there we go. Sorry, tilt that up a little. Yeah, there we go. All right. Oh man, my arm is not happy with me. Ergonomics is a constant battle for an artist. Oh man. Yep, hydration break. Is her head too small? I was just noticing her neck looks a little long, and then I looked at it compared to the body, and I'm like, her head's too small. That's a little better. But now the neck is too long. Bring that down a little. Alright. Sort of. Yeah, there we go. And, I think that's like a... It's either a tendon or that's the carotid sheath or something. Probably a tendon. On some people's necks, kind of. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's a tendon. That's not the carotid. Oh, Proud says on TikTok, I never got to ask, are you writing a book or making a comic? This right here, the thing I'm working on right now, is a 4-page manga. A prospective freelance client asked me for some samples of manga work, and I didn't have any that were fitting enough, and they wanted it to be up to 4 pages. I know it's a lot of hoops to jump through for, like, a lot of work to go for a potential client who is not even a client yet. They're not paying me for this work. This work is technically just for me, but I am tailor making it for a potential client. So the story is meant to be self-contained in 4 pages. A very tiny little story. Oh, he says, oh, you're an anime manga fan. That's awesome. LMAO, don't do anything for free. Yeah, well, right. Technically, this is for me. It's good content for my YouTube channel. It's good content for my portfolio. Yeah, it got me to break out my Wacom pad and my software. I think it's good. I'm probably spending too much time on it, but I'm a perfectionist. What can I say? Technically, I am not an anime manga fan per se. Like, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that I'm not as into it as you might expect when you call somebody a fan of something. So this is mainly because of the request of the freelance client. I did once have a client ask for the characters' faces to be drawn specifically in an anime style. And that was interesting because they said it was fine if I used my own signature style for the drawing itself, the overall drawing. So it was an interesting thing, an interesting result where the face of the character was meant to look anime, but it was drawn in a more traditional style, like a more Western style. That was a fun combination. And you can see that on my portfolio. It was the Flying Fix-It shop. If you go to petermarkley.com and scroll down, it's on there. Not all of the illustrations. Some of them are unpublished at the moment, but anyway, that was actually my brother was the client in that case. But yeah, so that's kind of the closest I've come to actual anime or manga style in the past. In this case, I'm trying to take a full dive into it, and the fact that I am not usually an anime or manga fan is almost kind of a difficulty that I have to overcome here because I don't have the level of exposure or experience with that medium or that style that I would like to have if I was to really truly imitate it. But I mean, even if this isn't perfectly like manga style, it's probably a happy medium between that and my signature style. Yeah. Anyway. It's probably more info than you wanted. Crowd says, still interesting. I get to learn about your double life. Glober / PhD by day, artist at night. I am very flattered. However, I am not a PhD. I don't have that level of formal education, and I am not pursuing that level of formal education. You might be thinking of either PhD Tony or Dr. Blitz. And there's a few others floating around TikTok that I'm not sure if they are or not. There's QFT Enjoyer. There's, I think Jorge Physicist is, he's got some higher formal education. I don't know exactly, but yeah, there's a lot of them out there, and I am not one of them. I have 2 art degrees from college, and that's all I've got. But yeah, I do. I am an amateur science communicator. When I address the globe, flat Earth topic. So he said, "We've spoke once. That's my bad. I thought you were." They call you for backup a lot. Yeah, I somehow I come across to people as like a PhD student or a PhD professor or something. It's kind of funny. You're not the first person who's made that assumption. Okay, this forearm I feel like is a bit long in the sketch. Wait. No, it's not. It's maybe a tiny, tiny fraction too long. This looks can be deceiving sometimes, I swear. Why does that look wrong no matter how I draw it? It's... Maybe there's just not supposed to be a crease there. I surrender. Okay. Got nobody on YouTube at the moment. I think maybe I'm overlapping with Toon or somebody. Probably Toon. So that might help explain. Oh, I have 3 people on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. Especially since I might be overlapping with somebody. Let's see, is Toon live? Oh, Mic over IP is live. Toon is not live, and he has nothing scheduled at the moment, so maybe I'm good. Mic over IP, I think he just does Let's Plays there. I should plug in, hold on. Oh. I should plug my phone in here. You know what actually might help with my arms and my shoulder? Like the ergonomics of this? If I actually sidle my chair... Oh, I can't do that because of the green screen. But what I could do is sit a little bit sideways. Is that going to be freaky to anybody? I'm facing the wrong way now on YouTube. And TikTok. Okay, I'm going to actually flip my camera. Because why not, right? There we go. So now TikTok is not mirrored. This is my left hand. And how can I do this on OBS? Properties. No, not properties. Filters. Should be a pretty quick filter to apply. Wait, seriously? There's no... Close that. Come on, there's gotta be a... I could flip myself vertically. And now I'm upside down. Oh boy. Oh, Proud says you're almost at 1,000 on the tube. Subscribers. Yes, I am just about hovering at 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's right. I can't figure out how to flip this thing in... Oh, transform, flip horizontally. Oh, there we go. All right, so now on YouTube, it is mirrored. This is my left hand. It's showing up as my right because it's mirrored. Just keeping that in mind. But now, my non-dominant hand can be much closer to the keyboard. And hopefully, I can destroy my shoulders a little less. Definitely worth the effort. If it pays off. Only downside is now I have nothing to lean my back against. And... shoot. I feel like I want to... lift my keyboard even higher, or my walk-on pad even higher. Okay. This is not bad. This is probably better than what how it was before. I should probably pick like a 60-degree angle here, something like that. Nothing's perfect. Alright. Where were we? Oh, there's some, Is that Proud from TikTok on YouTube now? Shout out to YouTube. TikTok's algorithm processor is a split second faster. Yeah, well, yeah, because TikTok is meant to be real time. They can't have delay, so. Oh, dope. YouTube can see TikTok. Yep. Mad Scribbles says there are a lot of elements of good ergonomics, but one of the things that probably gets missed is actually variety, so it's good to have some ways to not be stuck in only one position. Yeah, I feel like that would be a little less of an issue if I had a good position to be stuck in. But I did not set up the space that I'm in right now. I'm renting, and this, like, even the furniture is owned by the host in the space that I'm renting. My options are extremely limited right now, so as a result, the ergonomics of the position that I'm in are just complete trash. Just complete trash. Utterly worthless, non-existent, non-ergonomics. So, I'm just trying to adapt. That's what I'm trying to do. I literally did not even Google pictures of a hiking backpack. I was just like, I feel like I've seen them have these giant steel handles at the top or whatever, kind of like airport luggage. And so I drew that, and to heck with it. Like, I mean, my perfectionism has limits, I guess. Oh, Proud says you should make a video on here directing people to your YouTube. You think so? I do have the YouTube link right at the top of my TikTok profile. I thought that was good enough. I feel like there's so much content that I'd rather people see on my TikTok profile. Like, if there's the stuff competing for like those first like second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds of where people look when they click my TikTok profile, I think there's too much other stuff competing for those few seconds that I'd rather people see, instead of like a video of me inviting them to see my YouTube. I think that's what the link is for on my TikTok profile. But I am certainly no social media marketing expert, not by a very long stretch of the imagination. Okay, so what is going on here? Oh, okay. I think this is the mom's arm and hand right here. Let me double check that. Yeah, okay. I was so confused for a second. I'm like, what am I seeing? Okay. So she has squeezed her arm in between the handle on the backpack and the kid's head so that she can squeeze him. Okay, so the proportions are all out of whack here. But that's the basic layout, the basic hand pose that I want. She's sort of clutching. She's almost making a fist. Not quite like grabbing his hair. She's not... because she doesn't want to hurt him, but like, there's definitely sort of a mom instinct kicking in here. And I think I just need to somehow get this side of the hand to meet that part of the wrist without looking stretched. I think what I've done wrong here is maybe... Okay, imagine the angle of the forearm to be wrong. Yeah. Alright, that's good enough. And actually, I can scale this up a little bit. Looking at her face, I think, judging the size compared to her face, not that much, maybe about there. Yeah, because the rule of thumb is if you put, no pun intended, if you put the heel of your palm against your chin, then the tips of your fingers should about reach your eyebrow or a little farther. And in her case, I think it's questionable. Depends on some proportions which are ambiguous in my incorrect drawing. Let me fix that. Am I still showing up good on... Yeah, okay. Just checking on the live stream here. Alright, so... Oops. No, actually, maybe that's good. Maybe that's good. Okay, so I scaled that hand up too a little bit. Oh shoot, you know what? Her pinky is like kind of projecting inward into the surface of the backpack in a weird way. Like the angle of her hand is wrong for resting on the backpack. I think I can fix that by rotating like that instead of redrawing. A little more. Okay. There's a couple strokes that I need to redraw or remove. But it's not too bad, not too bad. I like cheap fixes. I really like cheap fixes when they're possible. Man. I still would expect to see the tips of the fingers projecting a little more. So let's redraw the fingers. I didn't want to do that, but I have to. So much for cheap fixes, right? Let's just go ahead and redraw all those strokes. missed one. Where is that? That's weird. Okay. And this one should project a little farther. There's that one stroke inside the pinky that's being stubborn. Okay, that's good enough. Matt says, hey guys and girls, there are drawbacks. Are there drawbacks to not using pen and paper? That is a good question. I would say it's a completely different medium, and you have to kind of treat it like a completely different medium. Honestly, like some of the skills transfer, but like you gotta remember, like, especially I guess if you have a pen tablet, then it definitely like helps make it more similar, but there's just a very different aspect here, partly because of the software I'm using. I don't know. So some of the drawbacks might include like just the sheer complexity of it. Like it's going to depend on your software and the configuration and the the amount of configuration for this type of work is just enormous. I've got the operating system configuration, the device driver configuration, the software that I'm using, like the application, in this case Inkscape. I've got the application configuration. I've got the tool in the application that I've chosen to use, and I've got the configuration for that tool, like the tool settings, tool options. And then I've got layers and stroke styles, and so I think maybe, to answer your question, a possible drawback is the level of complexity and like the chances that you might get one of those things wrong and not get the result you want, or work harder to get the result you want than you need to work. Is your guy says the temptation to undo / redo? That's sure a real thing, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I missed that. He said it's cool, the digital artist still sketching in blue. Nice little throwback. It actually does help to have it in a different color, because it helps your eye separate them. Matt says the morphing adjustments you can make to portions of your art is pretty cool. Yes, that is a superpower that I love having with the digital world. Depending on your work, like there are certain stages of the drawing where that can't apply, or it's more difficult to apply it. So you have to kind of like make sure you get the lay of the land first before you start doing details, as always, like with every drawing. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the person to ask, to be honest, because I've been a digital artist for only a few years less time than I've been a artist in general. I am well and truly uh, like thoroughly a digital artist. Even though I often work in graphite on paper, for example, and that's like an important technique or an important tool in my tool belt as an artist. I don't know. I guess I'm just talking and I don't really have anything good to say. Somebody else answer his question. Hopefully that's not too unhelpful. Sorry, guys. Oh, that's a thing that is definitely different in this medium. And this is, again, specifically Inkscape. You would not have this in like Adobe Fresco or Procreate or Photoshop or GIMP or really any raster application. But this like swooping gesture that I try to do sometimes, where I try to get the perfect stroke with just one quick hand movement. And if I don't get it, I like backspace and then backspace and then backspace to delete the object and try again over and over and over until I get it perfect. That in particular is like a technique I've developed over the years that is just completely foreign to physical media. As far as I know, like there is nothing that I can imagine comparing that to. And the reason is like, I do it because I want to get that like perfect hand swoop or whatever. At this point, it's a pretty ingrained habit, though. I don't know. I can hardly imagine being an artist without having digital tools. I'm so analytical in my mindset that the digital world for artwork is just a wonderful playhouse for me. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I was in an era before computers. Probably not know I was missing anything, to be honest. I would just adapt. Okay, those are probably good enough as far as cloth folds go. Matt says, you'd be in awe of Pong. Yes, I probably would be if I was in an era before computers and then I saw a computer. That is probably correct. At least we assume it's correct. It does help explain why people were so fascinated with Pong when Pong was new. There is a lot about our world that's just relative. We don't know what, like how much goes into our cultural environment and stuff. Gotta give the kid his cargo pocket. He lost his hat, but he did not lose his cargo pocket. That tail on that stroke is a bit unnecessary. That's an artifact of the software stack. Like between the drivers, the hardware, the drivers, and the software, like the application, somehow it's probably in a pressure response curve somewhere. And I could probably find it and change it if I wanted. But there's a tendency on these strokes to like have this little tail sticking out. See that? Oh man, my tailbone is really angry at me right now. Favor that for now. When I can, I try to make those seams on the clothing like a very, very light stroke because they're supposed to be a subtle detail. CK's here. Hello, CK. Thanks for joining. I'm inking the last page right now. I am hoping that before I end my stream tonight, I can have this page fully inked and maybe even start on the coloring. We'll see. Fingers crossed. I showed the ink for the Peter Bob Ross Markley. You know, my wife said after she was finished watching the stream last time yesterday because people in the chat had been chattering about me being like Bob Ross. The next video it recommended to her after the live ended was a Bob Ross video. So anyway, I was gonna show you the work I did off stream on page 3. Can everybody see that? This is before. And then this is after. So this is page 3 fully inked. I did that off stream last night. And then of course I also did the sketching phase for this page. That's why we've got little ghosty sketches to follow here. Alright, I'm sort of not really minding my pace here. I was just sitting smelling the roses or whatever. I should try to pick up the pace a little bit here. Should his shoe be flat on the ground? I think it should be flat. Like the earth. Badoonch. That's good. Just checking my sketch here. I think those details in the jeans groin area were just kind of a little excess of detail that wasn't needed and wasn't accurate. I'm not gonna follow it here. Okay, that fold is too strong. And this looks wrong, actually. Yeah, good enough. Again, gotta keep in mind the scale I'm working at. This is a very small part of the page. Okay. Oh, Matt says, any debates in the near future, Peter? Not foreseeably. Originally, there was an idea of me debating Sean Griffin, but Sean Griffin has just spent the whole rest of the time running and hoping everyone forgot. Meanwhile, life was just tearing me apart. My wife and I have been going through a whole lot of stressful things, and so it really hit a back burner for me. In theory, I would still like to debate Sean Griffin at some point, because he's a little dirtbag who needs to be rebuked. But I don't know when or even if that's going to happen. So, and that's really the only one that was on the horizon at all. No pun intended. Oh wait, I kind of like that one. I'm gonna keep that one. Sometimes I like a stroke falls where I slightly didn't mean it, and I like reflexively delete it and go to make another stroke, but then I like somewhere in my brain I'm like, hey, actually that one wasn't bad, so I have to back up. Okay. That foot looks so fat and stubby. Let me fix that. um. Hmm. What is wrong with this? And yeah, her ankle is somewhat cockeyed here. But I should be able to draw a shoe at the correct angle. Why am I failing so hard? Okay, okay, that's less horrible. It's probably good enough, again, for this tiny drawing. Yes. Good enough. Let me go ahead and draw the I almost said inseam. I don't know what the one on the outside is called. I don't even know why I don't know that. Seems like the one on the outside should have a more obvious name than the one on the inside, but I don't know what it's called. Is it an outseam? Somehow that doesn't sound right. Okay. Gonna glimpse the inseam on her left leg between her and the boy. There we go. Actually, that's sloped wrong. I need to turn it a little like that. Yeah, because it's... we'll compromise. Oh, man. My foot's falling asleep. Oh, wait. I was missing some YouTube stuff. Oh, Katie doesn't have a wrench. That is a terrible oversight. Add as moderator. Matt says, yeah, stressful year. Your debates are fun because you do your research/prepare and your delivery frustrates the opponents without name calling. Thank you. That is very, very encouraging to hear you say that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, sorry guys. I was kind of lost in my own world here. Not paying attention to chat. Alright. Which body part should I sacrifice next? I think it's going to be my tailbone. We'll see. Oh, man. My left leg fell asleep. Like the entire leg. I think I was sitting on an important nerve or something. Alright. Now, I'm going to try to learn the lessons from drawing the other shoe and apply them here. Although we're off to a bad start because this is supposed to be behind the kid's shoe and it's also supposed to be larger. And it's not low enough. So let me try to move it upward. There we go. I couldn't think what that stroke was supposed to be for a second. It's the heel patch. Now and then I have my hand on the wrong zoom button and I end up just like zooming in when I mean to zoom out or something. It can get awkward, especially if my canvas happens to be like positioned over a character's like intimate region or something. It's like some zoom in. Okay. This looks a little wonky. One second. Yeah, I think it's good enough. Oh, I forgot her backpack in this drawing. That's somewhat important. There we go. Alright, I think we need to put the cross-hatching in on these. I can just make it kind of quick because, again, these are very small drawings. Not meant to be high detail. Just giving the illusion of detail, basically. By dense, high contrast features. And on her backpack. There is a fly buzzing around my face. Ambrosis on the floor next to me. Hi, kitty. She may choose to get involved at some point, as she often does. She loves to be a part of what's going on. Oh, okay. All right. Now, I don't know if little impact starbursts or motion lines like this are typical for manga, or if it's more of a Western type of comic illustration element. But I'm gonna use them here. Unapologetically. Alright, now for the Salamander. I keep wanting to call him a chameleon, but he's not a chameleon. A chameleon changes colors. This guy is just a salamander. A mountain salamander. I think Unfornicated was in here last week when I was doing character sketches for the Salamander, and he said that his daughter was watching with him for a minute, and I think it was her who said that he looked like a turtle. And it's very true. I have chosen a mouth shape specifically that is meant to be very turtleish. I like turtles. Turtles are cool. Oh, I got some chat to catch up on. Oh, Katie says, so much power. No, don't sacrifice any body parts, please. I need them all. Is Your Guy says, it's interesting how you have to deal with the poor application of perspective in both your fields of interest. That is an interesting point. I will say that my knowledge of perspective from my study of artwork certainly comes in handy when debunking Flat Earth. That's certainly true. Proud says, let me feed my cats. Kind of want to join a TikTok live. Kind of want to study. Sometimes they do it in manga to show scars or dirt from a scuffle. Do you mean, I missed the context of when you typed that. Are you talking about cross-hatching? Or are you talking about the, like, starburst motion lines here? I kind of feel like you're talking about the cross-hatching. Anyway, back to work on Salamander. The star of the show, the one everyone really cares about most. Actually, I'm gonna try to move his eye upward a little bit there. There we go. Ah. Didn't need to grab those. Okay. All the time that I did not spend learning figure drawing when I was a kid, I instead spent drawing fantastical creatures. So, yeah. This salamander, drawing this salamander feels much more in line with like my lifelong experience as an artist than drawing the people. The people, figure drawing has come somewhat more difficult, with somewhat more difficulty for me in more recent years. But I always loved like fictional creature design and all that. It was so much fun. It's kind of my happy place. Like designing and drawing a fictional lizard or dragon or dinosaur or something, like I just love it. And there are certain elements of them that I gravitate toward. You'll often see in my creature designs, I like them to have like more rounded facial features or a more rounded head, to look more friendly or not, as the case may be. But I don't know. There's just something about that I like. Serpentine necks and tails, like those. I like spines. And if the head is not spherical, then I like it to be sort of a streamlined shape. Kind of like this one. So, those are some conscious tendencies that I have developed in my creature design throughout my life. It's over. It's like a conscious preference. If I'm gonna draw a fictional creature, it's usually because I wanna enjoy the way it looks. I want it to look cool to me. And so I draw it how I want. Okay. So, gotta draw the spines, and here's another common feature in my creature design is these horizontal rows of scales on any reptilian creature that sort of mark the underside of the belly and neck along whatever serpentine parts they have. Or even if they don't have serpentine parts, just like, yeah. Again, a conscious preference because I know what I like in creature design. Is Your Guy gave me another super chat. Wow. Oh, and Kayusai Karachan says hello. Welcome, Kayusai. Thank you for joining. Is Your Guy for 10 Australian dollars says, got a dash, but it was great to catch another stream. Thank you so much, Is Your Guy. I so appreciate your support and your joining for however long you could. Ordinary Content Creator says, draw Thanos as a cheeseburger. No thanks, we're drawing a reptile right now. I'm drawing a salamander. And that salamander is in a panel of a page of a manga. So, on a larger scale, I'm drawing a manga. The story's already written and it's already storyboarded, so the decisions are made. There will be no Thanos as a cheeseburger, even if that were a good idea. Here's the. This is page 4, and it's the last page. It's a tiny little story. See, I'm doing that thing again where I try to do one quick swoop of the hand, and if it's not perfect, I have to try again, and then again, and again, and again. It results in these beautiful little swoops, these perfectly curved strokes, but it's a pain in the butt. Usually it's kind of about positioning my hand correctly and then picturing what I want it to look like. Sometimes if I zone out while I'm working, I kind of forget to actually picture what I'm trying to do, as silly as that sounds. And then I get in this like fixed action pattern of draw, delete, draw, delete, draw, delete. Okay. We have a salamander. I've been going for over 2.5 hours. Katie says draw a cheeseburger as Thanos. Wow. I feel like that's something that like McDonald's might do. Oh boy. Honestly, part of the problem with the ergonomics is this chair is not quite the right height for me. I am going to try removing the cushion that I'm sitting on, even though that means I'll be sitting on hard wood, which sounds less ergonomic. I think it might help because my feet will have an easier time reaching the floor. And I'm not a short person, this is a tall chair. Usually, in just random chairs I find in the wild, they're too short for me, and I have the opposite problem. Oh, my knees sitting too high. Oh, man. Okay. If I have any hope of actually accomplishing my goal tonight, I have to pick up the pace. Quick water break. I got a viewer on TikTok. Welcome, whoever you are. I'm just drawing, and we're hanging out while I draw. Okay, for this, I'm going to increase my stroke size. So I'm going to be drawing the scenery here. And for like rough, natural forms, I tend to like to have a wider stroke, a wider variation in my stroke thickness. Of course, I'm not really using it here, but whatever. Who cares? I will use it in just a moment. There we go. See, for these, I don't know, for these rough forms on like the cave wall, for example, I like to be able to kind of just let my hand tremble as I'm drawing the stroke to create a natural wobble in the stroke, which creates this nice sort of character, natural, yeah. You know what I'm trying to say, probably. Sorry, my brain just kind of fizzled out there. Hopefully you know what I'm saying. That looks weird. Well, you know what I should do is group these speleothems separately from the floor contours. Okay, there's one. I sometimes move the strokes around after I try to grab them to make sure that I separated them correctly. There's another one. Does that look right? Okay, that looks right now. And just for good measure, we'll group this while we work on it. Double click to descend into the group. And then we can keep working. Probably should have turned that down before. Oh well. I often find that I forget some brush settings or something. It's usually the these other ones like mass and caps. Fixation and angle I almost never change. Tremor and wiggle, I never use those. I just can do that with my hand, as I was just trying to explain earlier. Got a little bit of flow stone in there. Okay, and this group I can set to a lower opacity. That's just kind of a for now thing, because I'm going to be changing the colors of those groups when it comes time to do coloring. Okay, save, because we got 2 panels done. And the volcano's gonna go off. Oh no! Let's see. Do I want a rough, scraggly font like this? Yeah, I think I do. That's beautiful, actually. I actually really like that effect. We'll keep it. Alright, save. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm tired. Maybe it'll help if I use my own seat cushion to help prop up my drawing. Because I mentioned that the chair's a bit high, which means my legs are kind of sitting at an angle downward, and the drawing keeps trying to slide off my lap. That's a little better. Alright, so I just need to draw total destruction here, basically. Um, hmm. Okay, so we got a nice big smoke plume in its early stages here. There's more work to be done. Not finished by any means here, but I'm gonna draw the volcano, the side of the volcano first, before I continue working on the smoke plume. Just realized that I didn't finish my sentence for like 30 full seconds. Just get in the zone sometimes, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Now that I look at this, I kind of want to separate these strokes. Get the smoke out of there. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So I select and then undo everything I just did. Boom. And I should have just the mountain. Yes. Good. Now, I can select the smoke plume. And here we go. We are going to draw mountain fragments launching into the air, and plenty of them. Ideally, I will be illustrating basically close enough to the exact moment when it blows up that, you know, what I'm illustrating, what I'm drawing, is the fragments positioned so that you, like, they're still a little bit puzzle pieced together. Like, they haven't fully separated. I mean, they've separated, but they're not, like, their position is still, their positions are still suggestive of where they used to be a fraction of a second earlier. That's the goal. I don't know if I have the skill to pull it off, but we'll see. Some of these would no doubt also break up moments after this drawing. Color is going to really help here. I might even say it'll be critical. Lindsay Bo says, "Hey all, looks like I'm late today." Well, you could say that maybe if I adhered to any kind of streaming schedule, but you know, I stream when I stream, so I expect people to show up when they show up. You know, there isn't really a schedule here. In fact, I am blessed that anyone shows up at all. And I do not take that for granted. Thank you. Especially for a stream like this where it's literally just hang out while I draw. You know, there isn't like any kind of real effort into the hook for this content. It's just what it is, frankly, is I'm trying to get as much content out of my content as I can. That's what it is. Not that I don't enjoy the company that I have when people join. Lindsay Bo says, yeah, but if I click the bell, I would get notified. Fair. But that's between you and YouTube. Most of the channels I watch, I do not have the bell turned on. Because that's just how I prefer to manage my notifications. I do not consume a whole lot of content on YouTube, generally, so try to keep it manageable. Okay. So we got that layer in that group. That was redundant. We have those strokes in that group. And we're putting the smoke in here. I have more smoke to add. These are the trails of, like, basically unseen burning projectiles. At least that's the idea. Lindsay Bo says, Bell clicked for now. It's not like it can't be unclicked later. That is true and fair. And I am deeply flattered that you would click the bell on my channel. Thank you. I don't even tend to feel like it's my place to ask people to do that, because again, I am very I sort of jealously guard my own phone, like the notifications on my own phone. Um, so I don't know. It's not that I like feel annoyed when people ask me to turn on notifications for something of theirs. It's just that like I guess I tend to feel um I don't know, like it's kind of a personal decision. It's like eh, whatever. I think I might be like kind of uh unusual in that way. I don't know. Seems like not a lot of people see it that way. Okay, that is quite enough detail here. And you know what? Just because this is just hard to look at, I am going to go ahead and add a paint layer. Lock that layer here. And turn up my brush size. And start painting this in. Just because it's just hard to look at, and I don't like it without the color. Last week, I think I was talking about how I often have to like um, go over the outline of an object again using the Bezier pen in this this type of technique I'm doing. But this is a workaround. This is sort of a cheat method that I can use if what I'm drawing can afford to be super rough, you know, which is exactly fine here. That's exactly the right type of situation for this. Alright, so I'm going to override the paint there and turn that up a little. And maybe add something for the smoke here. Now this is where things can get fun, because all I need to do is do the outline here. You guys will see what I'm going to do. I mean, you've seen me do it a couple times at least, but it's always fun when I can do this. Saves a lot of work. I'm gonna get the smoke trails for the projectiles here in a minute. I'll just do the body of it first. I'm just gonna get quick and dirty, rough outline here. And I'm gonna add those. Give it hair. It is kind of like hair. I'm not sure what color this smoke should be. I feel like it should be sort of a whitish, and I think that might, if I did make it whitish, that might imply water content in the ejecta from the eruption. I'm no geologist, but I feel like that might be true. Either water content or maybe like some kind of white mineral, like salt or calcium or something, but water content would definitely produce a lot of steam in a situation like this. Anyway, here's the trick. So I've just done a Boolean addition on those strokes, and now I'm going to separate the subpaths, deselect the outermost path, and delete everything else. Which, what that does is it completely fills in all the holes. Send it to the back, change the color, and we are off to the races. Ta-da! Now I'm going to set my brush back to that color and keep working on the mountain. I'm going to go ahead and use a clipping mask here. I'll probably need clipping masks a lot when it comes time to do the painting. So I'll just go ahead and get started on them here. Another case of Boolean add, separate. Oh, and I usually also do a Control L for path simplify just to save some disk space on my path nodes. Did I forget to do that here? Oh yeah, I sure did. Watch this, guys. So look at that. I've got 1,366 nodes in this path. Control L, boom. And the path looks very similar, but now it's down to 106. So pressing Control L on those can be a major performance improvement. And save a lot of disk space. Clipping mask, that's right. 3 objects. Now, see, I like the way that looks. Don't you guys? That is very close to what I was hoping to achieve. Like, that sort of almost puzzle piece look, where the pieces of, or the fragments of the object are not very far out of place yet. It shows this like perfect moment when the explosion is just beginning. It's separated the pieces, separated the fragments, but they are not displaced very far yet. At least that's the goal. Paste that, and object set clip. Lock that layer, go back to the ink layer, set my brush back to the way it should be. And I think now that I've got the color in there, I can turn this opacity back up. Turn it down a little. Yeah. All right. I love the way that turned out. I honestly didn't know if I had the skill to pull it off. but I think I managed it. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think it really conveys the idea in a big way. I love that. All right. I've been going for 3.5 hours. I've got 3 more panels to draw. Let's see if I can manage it. Now, for this panel, I'm not sure that these characters will not be in silhouette. Should I go ahead and commit to that? It would certainly save time. It would save time working on the contours of the cloth folds and all that nonsense. See, live streaming this is helping me, I think, in some ways. Because you guys can see... Oh, Katie says, looks really cool. Thank you. I think maybe she's talking about this panel here. But you guys can see, like... This is a situation where my perfectionism would have... done something pretty wild here. Usually, if I didn't like intentionally restrain it, what I would have done is go ahead and draw this panel as normal with full detail, and then decide later if I wanted to make it a silhouette or not. Because you can always, like, when you're in the painting stage, you can add a color that's the same color as the strokes, right? And then, just because I had the strokes, I would want to be able to show them, so I would at most choose a color that was very similar to the strokes, so that there would be a subtle the detail would still show in a subtle way. So I would go to all that extra work for like a tiny, subtle effect of realism in the drawing. That's what I normally would have done. And I am restraining it. I'm restraining my perfectionism. I do have to still pay attention to what I'm doing, though. I don't want to accidentally miss a detail in the silhouette just because I'm not drawing the details correctly. I think another thing that encourages me to go this route is not just like knowing that my perfectionism is on display, but also wow, major deja vu. Also knowing that I'm trying to imitate manga style, and that manga style often uses solid color silhouettes to help guide the eye in the drawing. So I can't say that it's like entirely a responsible choice. It's maybe, I don't know, 30% a responsible choice and 70% because I know that artistically that's the best choice. So my perfectionism, I guess, is grudgingly agreeing. It's like, yeah, okay, it's manga, you can get away with it this time. Okay. And looky there, I accidentally put a detail that I didn't need to put. Now I have to be careful with her hair because her hair is gonna, the silhouette of the hair is gonna vary dramatically based on the details. Okay. That is plenty of detail in the hair, because again, we are committing. We are deciding and committing to fill this in with a solid color perfectly matching the strokes for a solid silhouette. That is the decision. No more details on the inside because they won't show up. The backpacks kind of get a pass because of, I don't know, reasons. Here's a case where if I was not careful, I would have forgotten this kid is wearing a shirt. That's important for the silhouette because the sleeve is a little wider than his arm and it cuts off there because it's a short sleeve shirt. Maybe I would have remembered when I started doing the contours of his armpit, or the outline of his armpit here. I don't. Do I need that stroke? Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's drawn. It would take more time to figure out and delete it than it is worth. Got a couple viewers on TikTok. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining. And his cargo pockets. Those are going to affect the silhouette. The cargo pockets are going to find a way to be in every panel the kid is in. They just can't be hidden. You can't suppress the cargo pockets. They're gonna happen. I almost started drawing his sock. I don't need to because the sock doesn't protrude enough from his skin to affect the outline. This is supposed to be a silhouette. Okay, almost done here. Oh, his feet are lower than hers, but that's wrong. Can I? Okay, I need to separate these strokes so that I can move them independently. Do I have her? Okay. That's the mom. That's the boy. I'm gonna lift him up a little. Now I gotta close the gap. And resume at his feet here, which will now be at a correct height compared to hers. His feet are so tiny, I don't even know. I don't care. It probably is not gonna look like he's wearing shoes. Nobody cares. Again, he is not the focus of the shot. Oh, man. Okay, now I'm gonna steal this from here. And I'm gonna need a... clipping mask. Alright, now in this case, we don't care that these strokes are intruding inside the shapes of the characters because the characters are going to be in silhouette. Now, I don't think I want the cave mouth to be in silhouette. Well, it'll be in silhouette per se, but I don't think I will make it the same color as the character silhouettes. So we'll have two slightly different shades of silhouette. One for the cave mouth, one for the characters. I think that's how I'm going to handle this. But for now, I actually think I want to go ahead and color this just like I did with the previous panel, just so I can kind of see what I'm doing. Well, really, so I can get these intruding strokes out of my face because I hate the way they look. It looks poisonously wrong. Well, I should probably, while I'm doing this, I should probably turn down the opacity on that. Lock that layer, go back to this layer. Oh, yeah. Turn up that opacity. Okay. Now, I'm going to use the quick and dirty method here, rather than the Bezier pen tool, because I can. It's a silhouette, the detail is not important. The silhouette, the outline is there is not as much information to rigidly cross-check the details in the outline, I guess, is maybe a fair assessment. So if there's a stroke slightly out of place that changes the outline of the silhouette, like that right there, that one I will actually fix. It does not have as strong an impact on anything as it would if it was not a silhouette. Lost control of my calligraphy pen. Okay. Okay, now that is a hole in the shape right there. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind because this method that I'm using tends to bulldoze holes. Well, it tends to, like, purposely erase holes. That's kind of the whole point. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. Let's see. With crayons, do you fill in the outline first. I was doing this and it suddenly reminded me of using crayons to color in a coloring book. Okay. Now, deselect the main path, send to front, and oh my goodness, I forgot to make the hole, so I guess we're just gonna deal with that. Maybe I can make it now. Yeah, I'll make it now. Oh, Katie. Where's the option for I don't remember because I'm old? Well, I'm getting old too. I'm 32. These are the hump years. Wow, that sounded bad. The years when you're at your best, and then it's downhill from here. That's what I'm trying to say. Ignore my phrasing, please. Okay. So that outline isn't terrible. Or that silhouette. And the backpack does make her look kind of like a hunchback or something. But, you know, backpacks tend to do that. It's magical. There are a few flaws. Little spots where the calligraphy pen left a gap. I'm going to try to fill those in. It tends to, if you're not careful with it, it can tend to turn back on itself and eat itself like that old PC game, Snake. I think there was a game like that where the thing could eat itself. That is one heck of a hangnail that kid has. Ow. Let's fix that. It's a little bit prickly. You know, the outline is... It's prickly. But it gets the job done. That might be another reason why I tended not to favor this, pure silhouettes in this drawing technique. Okay, you sneezed. Bless you. Okay. So now I get to... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna borrow the clipping mask from this guy. Object clip, release, copy, undo. Lock the layer again, go back to paint, paste in place, and we got a clipping mask we can use. Object clip, set clip. Alright, now I'm gonna draw... Ah, shoot. I'm gonna paint the cave mouth here. It's gonna be worth it because when I'm, well, first of all, it'll save me time when it comes to paint. But second of all, it'll help me focus on what I'm doing when I'm drawing the background here. And this is an important panel, or the background is important here because that's where the action is. It's important here that the reader can tell what's going on in the background. And additionally, it is a challenging thing to portray artistically what's going on in the background. So it's a little bit of a delicate thing, and I want to make sure it has the best chance it can. Okay, now I'm going to turn up that color for now. Send it to the back so the characters can be standing on it. And for these sharp tips of the stalactites and stalagmites, I am actually going to revert to the Bezier pen tool, because that's much better for creating sharp corners. And wonderfully, we can just add the two paths together, and now they are one, as if I was just perfect with the calligraphy pen. There is no longer any traceable distinction in how I created those two portions of the path. I think I missed a little bit with that node. These are very long, skinny, delicate lines that I'm trying to trace. I would zoom in if I wanted to do a better job, but I think it's going to be in silhouette again, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Now, I got to fix this node that I missed with right here. There we go. All right. Awesome. Oh. Shoot. Well, that's an easy fix, though. There. Doesn't that look manga-ish? Is that a word? I just made it a word. Alright, man, I'm starting to crave a break. But I'm not even halfway done with the page. Well, actually I am. I guess technically I was halfway done when I finished the volcano explosion panel. I do need a bathroom break though. Alright. Trying to excavate myself from the ergonomics. Alright. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, got some snacks. I tend to eat the snacks that my wife doesn't like because I've got either a wider palate than her or a less discerning palate. One could argue. So Lindsay Bow, I just now realized what that emoji was referring to. I just realized I could actually show the people on TikTok the YouTube chat. Does that show up? Yeah, I think it does. Maybe it's too small to see though. Anyway, you can see, hopefully you can see Lindsay Bow's emoji. He says break. Yeah. It's a pee break. Looks like somebody had joined on TikTok. Welcome. I'm drawing. I'm gonna be just drawing here and hanging out, but I'm taking a quick food break. I'll be back to drawing in just a minute. Katie making another weird joke. She really wants me to read it. She says, "Oh, so this isn't still a pee break?" For someone so mature, Katie, you can be so immature. Alright. What even is this seat cushion, anyway? It's literally 2 seat cushions piled on top of each other. I didn't realize that before. Oh well. It kind of works for my purposes. Oh, really? Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, "I'm no artist, but darn, this is therapeutic." Really? Well, thank you. I'm glad. I assume you mean the artwork and not the break of me sitting there chewing. I hope I wasn't intending this to be a therapeutic mukbang. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm not done with that panel. I gotta turn up the storyboards layer. Okay, yeah, that's actually not that helpful. I'll be honest, I really didn't know what to draw here. When I was storyboarding. I suppose this could serve as a little bit of a guide. But the thing is, I don't want it to just be like trees submerged in lava or something. I kind of was picturing it actually knocking the trees over, which I don't think is that implausible. I'm pretty sure that pyroclastic flows can completely strip the crowns off of trees. In some cases, like tear the trees out by the roots, or they can get pretty mean depending on the energies involved, like, you know, the volume, the speed, the temperature, all those things. Anyway, I've got a very tiny little space, and it's an interrupted space, by the way, between the characters and the cave mouth. And I have to convey visually something that's very uncommon for people to see. Most people, I think, in their lifetime do not personally witness a volcanic eruption. In fact, I don't think it's even necessarily constructive for me to try to portray this with perfect realism. Like, cartoony is almost better here because it might be more coherent or discernible to your average reader. I don't know. I just don't know. I want there to be some sort of spilling effect. A sort of gushing, spilling. And that will be, you know, punctuated by these more clouds or plumes of like but it can't look like just water spraying. Or can it? Water sometimes... Actually, that's not a bad idea. Just make it sort of like a flood. This is not looking the way I want it. Okay. So, back to basics. This is how it would look if I wanted it to be sloshy, like ocean waves. Maybe even a little frothy, but you know. You get that, like, sort of liquid splashing. And it's... oh, I did not mean to delete that. The liquid splashing is very distinct. People recognize that. You know, you get droplets. You see, and now we have the makings of like a drawing of a water flood. I don't want to just turn it orange and call it lava. Like, that's not... Okay, he says, why does pyroclastic flow sound like a music genre? It could certainly be a band name. In fact, I'd almost be surprised if there wasn't already a band similar with a name similar to that. I guarantee you there's a band out there somewhere with a name starting with Pyro. Pyro something, you know. I guarantee it. And, you know, pyroclastic just means, like fiery broken matter. It's like just pulverized, atomized debris, basically. Clast means break. So, fire breakage. Yeah, anyway, I'm getting carried away drawing what essentially I don't believe will work. What I need is a way to draw... Aw, little Ambrose. I'm not going to draw Ambrose right now, but she is cute. Maybe I should draw her sometime. Little Ambrose. You're all the way on the floor. I can barely reach you. I have to bend over to reach you, and then they can't see me on the camera. Lindsay Bo says, Calm Before the Storm by Pyroclastic, released July 29th, 2022. So, there is a band named Pyroclastic. That's funny. Okay, what I think I need is a way to portray, smoke, basically smoke, rolling like fluid, like liquid. Like with great force and power. It needs to be able to have some turbulence, though, because otherwise how can it, like, roll across the landscape, you know? It needs to have this sort of heaving, rolling quality. Okay, I don't know if it should turn back on itself, though. Not that might be too much turbulence. Unless, no, actually, because there are times when it might create little eddies. Yeah. Oh, Katie says, draw her surfing on the lava. She could be a little Easter egg. No, I'm not going to draw Ambrose in this little comic. Lindsay Bow says Pyroclastic Records is a thing, too. Cool. Tell you what, Katie. If I draw Ambrose, I will hide her behind one of the silhouettes. So she will be in the document, in the SVG file. So if anyone ever opens the SVG file and starts prying around, they might find her. But once it's rendered, she won't be there. Give me a minute. I'm not being very careful with my strokes here because I'm a little distracted trying to make sure that the overall effect looks good. I notice there's some curly cues kind of creeping in here, which, as I said, don't really belong in a manga because objects don't loop back on themselves. I think this is probably as good as it's going to get. This effect is not terrible. I just have to be careful that it doesn't end up looking like lumps of wood. Like here, you know, that looks like a knot in tree bark or something. Which is not quite what I want. I could try to make bubbles. But now it's really starting to kind of suggest lava, which I guess isn't the end of the world. Like, obviously lava can be part of a volcanic eruption. I just, I don't want to get too cartoony with it, In real life, most of the time, what does the real damage is the pyroclastic flow. It gets way more mileage than the than actual lava does. From what I understand about volcanoes. Getting these little dots in here is a really good, effective way to add sort of the feeling of like grunge or dirt. Or mess. Although, is that really conveying what I want it to? Add some depth here to the plumes of smoke. Okay, too many bubbles. The bubbles really did not have the effect that I wanted them to. I think it actually went in the wrong direction with the bubbles. It's going to be hard to separate them from the rest of the strokes, though. Or not. Maybe it'll be easy. Alright, I guess that was easy. I do want to keep trying with the little specks of junk, though. Ooh, maybe I should have them a little bit in motion here. Yeah. I'm really just making things up. Like, this is not what pyroclastic flow looks like in real life. Honestly, I think in real life, the way that pyroclastic flow really looks is a little confusing because it just looks like smoke. But really, it's like superheated, atomized rock that's like been launched like from a jet engine. So it really doesn't look like what it is. And so that's a problem when I'm trying to draw it in a manga like this, because I need people to be able to tell what the heck I'm drawing. I don't want them to think that this is a flood of water. I don't want them to think that it's rolling hills with trees growing out of it. Like, the coloring will help with that, but, you know, there's a lot of things that it could be that people might get confused about, you know? Okay. Is that good enough? Oh yeah, that's in a clipping layer. We're running into problems here with this. Okay, it's not terrible. I would like to try to give a hint of what's happening to the trees in the back there. You know, the ones that were there in this previous panel. I obviously can't stick to realism here. I have to stick to basically symbolism. Not symbolism, but like symbology. Convey what I'm trying to convey through a loosely abstracted and then re-represented. Is that a word? Image. So color is going to be very important here. To distinguish the foliage of this tree from the plumes of pyroclastic material. Shoot. Oh no, that's right, that's right. And I'm going to do a few other trees as well. I'm trying to basically draw the flow, literally knocking the trees over. One of the aspects here that seems a bit key to show that the trees are being knocked over is showing them bend. And that is not the way to do it. I forgot what I was doing. Even as I was describing it verbally. Okay, there we go. Like, this is almost cartoonish, right? But it's a manga. Technically, it is a cartoon, in a way. Okay. I think that I want to do something a little different with the... In the storyboard, I put the word whoosh, and I think I want to do something a little different with that word here. I'm going to draw it down here in white. Okay. That's good enough for that panel. If all else fails, the reader can use common sense, right? Previous panel shows explosion. What looks like maybe the top of a mountain. Page 1 showed a picture of a volcano. Page 3 also showed a picture of a volcano. There was clearly a volcano nearby in the story. And then the dialogue is going to have the mom saying, oh, we could have been killed. So, that's enough details that I think even if a reader received a copy of this where this panel was just completely ripped out, they could still figure out what happened in the story. So, I think we're off to a good product here. Okay. Now we get to draw the characters in full detail again. I am not doing great on this hair. My hair game has seen better days. Yeah, starting to look like Medusa. She shouldn't have so many wavy tips. That's like a different hairstyle. That's good enough. Especially since after nearly believing that her son nearly died, and seconds later realizing that she nearly died, she's probably a little frazzled. And not to mention running like full tilt, like full sprint for presumably a few dozen yards at least. Yeah, her hair might be in a little bit of a state. Almost been live 5 hours again. I deleted that, but then realized I liked it. Did I just make the same mistake again with his hand? I don't remember exactly when it was or where it was that I made that mistake the first time. Was it up here in this panel? No. I don't know. Anyway, it looked like the pinky, his hand was like at the wrong angle, so the pinky was pushing into the backpack or something. We got all of these fingers are slightly too much askew. I forgot to look at the poll. Let's see. With crayons, do you fill in the outline first? 5 people voted. 4 of them said yes. 2 of them said no. Wait. 4 of them said yes. 1 of them said no. I'm getting tired. Seems like it's a pretty popular method to fill in an area with crayons. Oh, man. I don't know why I am struggling so much with this kid's hands. Okay, kid. There's your knuckles. You may not have your fingers arranged any differently than those knuckles. Don't slant them. Don't rotate them. Just put them there, where they belong. mosquito here. Okay. The kid mostly obeyed my rules, but his pinky does look a little weird. Alright, that's good enough. Enough fussing with that. Prohl is here. He said on TikTok, he said, hey, did you catch the latest Rick and Morty? I don't watch Rick and Morty. Time for some more cross-hatching. Everybody's favorite. Oh, come on, TikTok. I'm still here. Ugh. kid's arms look a bit long to me, so I'm trying to compensate by making the rest of him longer. Let's see if it works. Cargo pocket. Oops. I forgot what I was doing here. Okay, yeah, okay, the arms are still too long, I think. But hopefully it's less noticeable now. Because there's no turning back, and I'm not going to redraw it. Oh, come on, TikTok. It keeps thinking that I'm just gone, that I'm live streaming while idle or absent. Can it not see that there are things happening on the screen? Apparently TikTok is just too stupid to know what that means. What? Things happening on the screen? He must be AFK. Things don't happen on the screen when he's there. All right. And that is the last fully detailed figure that I have to draw for this entire manga. At least, fully detailed humanoid figure. There's this salamander still. Guys, I did not realize that it was 2 in the morning. Holy crap. When were one of you gonna tell me? Just kidding. Oh, man. I kind of needed to finish this regardless. But I guess I am gonna be done streaming here in a minute. Well, not a minute. I have a little bit more to go here. I have not yet given up on my goal, my original goal of at least finishing the ink tonight. So, let's see. Lindsay Bo says never. Do you mean never give up? Or never quit streaming? It might be the same thing. I hope not, though. That wouldn't make any sense. Never going to tell you the time. Oh. Well, that's okay. It's not your job. Okay, I have a slight problem here in that the stalactites here... Oh, come on, TikTok. I'm trying to get stuff done. The stalactites here in the first panel, and again in the fourth panel, are way above her head. Especially the first panel. They seem to be getting lower and lower. So what I want to do is scale them like this. Bring this over, scale it up like this. Yeah, there we go. And these I can bring closer, maybe even scale up. There. Make sure I only have the cave stuff selected, yes. And I need a clipping mask. What I'm going to do for this clipping mask is just box the panel like that. And then, take this, and this, and this. Undo, copy, paste in place. Deselect those, and then make this into a viable shape. Connect, connect, add, combine, and then subtract. Oh no, I selected the wrong thing. Come on. Why was that in a group? If I find one of my objects that is like grouped or ungrouped when I don't expect it, that always unnerves me because it's like it kind of could indicate that I have made a grave mistake somewhere along the line, because that means that I've lost track of my groups. Group, group, group. What happens if I select all? Oh, that's actually all. Okay. Alright, well, I guess it's okay. I don't know why that was grouped, though. Okay. Object clip, set clip. Ta-da! Now we have no seepage into the wrong panels. Oh, Lindsay Bo says it's not even midnight here yet. Are you on the West Coast? Is it like 2 minutes to midnight? Or wait, no, that would mean an hour and 2 minutes to midnight. Yeah. So you could be anywhere from Mountain Time to the West Coast. Oh. Hi, Ambrose. Hello, kitty. Are you here to provide moral support or distraction? Maybe a little of both. Okay. Oh, okay. So surprisingly, that's actually all that I really needed to do here. Okay. Just one more thing in this panel. Let's go back to our storyboards here. Oh, I didn't draw it in the storyboard. I might have started to. I feel like I have a memory of doing that, but then, like, decided not to or something. Okay. Okay, so what we want here is basically the aftermath of the pyroclastic flow. I feel like it's gonna be best if I can freehand it here without having to worry about overlapping stuff properly. Okay. Now I'll worry about overlapping stuff properly. I can't put in too much detail there, or else I'm creating more work for myself. Which I don't want to do because it's 2 in the morning. Lindsay Bo says mountain time, yeah. Oh, so it is midnight. Midnight for you now. Just wasn't yet because it was like 2 more minutes. Okay, no. You're so silly, Amber. She's rolling around on the floor. Now, the perspective on this aftermath here is not quite right. Because, like, notice in panel 1 here, we're looking down the slope like I was talking about earlier. But here, like, it's lifted up. You know, the horizon is, like, lifted up. Like, the camera is tilted down in a composite view. And that's going to have to be fine. Because, like, there's no way to fix it without obscuring the information from the reader that we want the reader to be able to see. Which is, you know, if your reader can't read the information, then why are you even making a manga, you know? Alright, just 2 more cuts here. Okay, save that, and this is where things can get a little bit fun. Okay, so yeah, I want this to be its own group. And then we got like ripped off, bent over tree stumps basically, or tree trunks. Okay. Got some cutting to do here. No, maybe that's okay. Oh boy. Now, I need to switch groups. Oh wait, those aren't even in a group. Hold on. Do I have them? Yes. And we have 3 objects. Yes, good. Descend to this one and cut this stroke. Well, my live on TikTok just ended because apparently I missed one of their little puzzles. Oh, that's okay. I was pretty much gonna be ending soon anyway. And I probably had 0 viewers at the time. Okay. So we need trails of smoke here. These can be transparent like that. Last but not least, we need kind of a dirty, swirly, swill type pattern. In here. All right. Adding a little bit of grunge here. Actually, a lot of grunge. I guess this is more than a little bit. All right. One more panel. And it's a pretty simple one. Oh, that's way too thick. Brush. real quick, I am going to grab this word balloon and move it to, oh shoot, hold on. Okay, gotta rethink the strategy here. I want the word balloon to show up behind these objects. So I think what I need to do is create a clipping mask, which I will do very quickly here. It's not going to be perfect, but it will probably be better than most people will be able to tell. Object clip inverse. Why is that guide red? Oh, it was just a glitch. Okay. Scared me for a second. Alright, there we have it. Oh, shoot. There's a mistake. Very simple fix, fortunately. That did not have the exact effect that I wanted it to, because I forgot about the stroke width. Alright, hold on. I may have a trick up my sleeve here. If I can unlock that layer. last selected. Come on, come on. Boom. Hi, Ambrose. Alright, set inverse. There we go. Ha! Isn't that beautiful? Now, if you zoom in, there's like some subpixel aliasing or anti-aliasing artifacts. Actually, if it was aliased, then it would not have that artifact. It's another case of anti-aliasing being performed twice on the same like shared edge between two objects. Creates a little tiny halo. Subpixel halo. Anyway, re-export. Replace. And now we should have a nice inked page 4. Wow, I am tired. I lost my like timer for how long I've been live, because I was using the TikTok window for that. Does YouTube say how long I've been live? It does not. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Obviously, I'll see it once once I end the stream. When the playback appears, it'll show the runtime. I wonder if it's approaching 6 hours. Alright guys, thank you so much for being here. Oh, Jess says started 6 hours ago. Okay. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I gotta close the stream because I'm exhausted out of my brains, and I finally reached my minimum goal for this stream. I may stream again when I'm coloring. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that the coloring process will breeze past much faster than the inking process. It's a lot easier, I think, for me to rein in my perfectionism with coloring than with inking. I don't know for sure. We'll see. And I don't know when I'll get around to it. I have a job interview tomorrow. Well, a code test, actually. But, yeah, that'll be fun. I gotta try to get some sleep and get prepared for that, so. Lindsay Bow says, night, Peter. I'll try to catch the next one. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun. I'm very honored that you guys have chosen to hang out with me. Everybody who came in and out at different times, and including Lindsay Bow, who's here to the end. I don't know if I have any other viewers right now. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys some other day. Have a good night.